Hello, rail friends, and thanks for being back. Trackside Live with Casey and I, right here in historic Dalton at Control Point North Dalton. And boy, am I excited tonight. If it's your first time with us, you're in for a great treat. If you've been with us before, we're going to have more fun. And if it's your first time to tune in, we are live. This is not production. This was not made earlier today. What you see is happening literally live as we rail fan together here in Dalton, historic Dalton, Georgia. Two depots, the old freight depot, the old passenger depot. We're closest to the passenger depot. We are under this huge canopy, courtesy of the city of Dalton, the state of Georgia, where we don't have to worry about radiant sun. We don't have to, well, we do have to worry about if it rains and blows, but if it's just kind of straight. It's just like a theater set up for you guys, and I am so excited to share it with you all today. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being on. And I always give you the date. It is April 17th, 2025, 2 days after tax day. So for those of you that got checks, woo! For those of you that didn't, darn. But hey, you gotta keep spending to keep the economy going. Right now, we have green signal indication on CSX. And we are in the Dalton Rail Yard. We've had this debate, how many tracks does a rail yard have to be a yard? But I think everyone has finally concluded or given in to the fact that we have enough here to call it a rail yard. Far two left tracks. Give you the lay of the land. I'm going to swing you looking south. Ooh, are you all crooked? Oh my goodness. What has happened here? Whoa. All right. You are looking south. And the siding that you see to your left splits off to another one. So there are two tracks to the left between those two bushes. And you will see CSX park rail cars on there that they work with here a little further south in the yard. The center track that's in between the two signal indication towers, that is Norfolk Southern. That is the Atlanta North District line. And the next track to the right is CSX, the old W&A sub, where once upon a time, back in 1863, yes, the General rolled right through here. This is that iconic stop where the young man jumped off that train and got that report off that the General was no longer under control of the Confederate forces and that it had been taken, and caused the capture of Andrews and the Raiders up by Ringgold. So as you can see, on NS, red, red, red. On CSX, green over red. So we have approach for southbound traffic. For CSX, we're at the 99.9, basically the 99. And for NS, we're at the 40 mile post. The clicks you hear are the tires overhead on the seams for our incredibly nice overpass that we're under. Mike doesn't have to get a sunburn. And is it windy? Absolutely. I don't know hardly that we've been out much that it wasn't windy. So, and here is one of two of the depots. This is the old passenger depot that they are. It used to be a restaurant, Dalton Depot restaurant, and it was fantastic. had some structural issues, so the restaurant closed, and now looks like they're working on it. And there's the old control tower that used to watch over the yard where they throw switches from and what have you as they move the trains through here. Dalton has two diamonds, one of which is right in front of us, and the other one just a little ways down, and that is where CSX and NS cross each other. Since this yard is a CSX yard, it is therefore controlled by CSX, so it is not first come, first serve who rolls through here since they have to cross over each other. CSX assigns the lights. So, or assigns who's next. So, that's facing south. CSX goes on down to Adairsville, Cartersville, and eventually on down to Atlanta after it goes through Kennesaw. And NS, after it goes through, takes a turn and goes over to Rome, and then from Rome down to Austell, and then on to Atlanta. And there's a couple folks moving a washer. They just transferred it from one truck to one trailer. And on the second level, it's all condos. And we're going to make a couple adjustments here. Y'all just relax for just a moment. And then here in front of us is the second diamond. As we get squared away here a little bit. This is where everything switches over and they go from one side to the other. CSX can cross over from their line. They're on the left. They come on through, cross over, continue to cross over, and then they can go back to their siding. Or they stay over on that far right track and they go down to the other diamond and cross over the NS main line. And yes, we are very, very, very windy. So the dead cat's on, as I told Jennifer the other night, because she gasped when I said that. No cats were harmed in making this dead cat. So, and then swinging back northbound, CSX bends off to the left, right here, goes on up to Rocky Face and then Tunnel Hill, over to Ringgold, and then up to our bird cam, as y'all have named it, at the 122.8, then past Chattanooga Airport, over past Coffey's Cliff, and then it has a bypass line on the outside of the debug shard where it then goes over to Waxahachie. So the W&A runs up to Waxahachie on the west side of Chattanooga. So we have a couple more things to do. Scanner is on. We only have a couple rules. One, have fun. Be part of this. It's live chat, so you can chat, ask questions, whatever it is you want to know. If any of you are trackside, crash. If you are, let us know. Anybody that's trackside, let us know where you are. Jesse is to the north of us. He is chasing the tag our way. Matthew, Cody, if you guys are on up in Tunnel Hill, you let us know what's coming this way. So we got just a couple more things to do as we get ready here at North Dalton. Just sit back, relax. As I said, this is live railfan action as it happens. It's going to be a little bit of a, there, had to make a little correction there. Like I said, usually the delay is about 3 to 6 seconds, depending on our connection quality and what we're using to transmit. I'm going to get ready here. And we are in pursuit of not only railfan fun, but the tag, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia Railway that is on 29A. Well, hey, train crazy, how are you? Howardsville Road, you ought to see that any minute. And Jesse is just with Whistleboard Productions. He's just a little ways up. So you guys keep us posted. But you should be seeing there at Howardsville at Junction Point Long any time unless he got held up. But traffic's been incredibly light this afternoon on through here. So he should have a pretty good path in front of him to roll on. And we do have a southbound coming at us here at North Dalton Control Point. And we have an update from a rail fan. Very, very incredible guy. Good friend. Currently 29A, which is the tag 4851, is holding at Ottawa, waiting on 733. So 29A that has our tag unit, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive, is holding in Ottawa. So he's probably where we were last night, just short of the signals there at Bootleggers. So once he gets a green, he'll be on down to Long. But right now, Howardsville Road, train crazy. He is sitting tight, waiting on 733 to clear his path. And we have been green for some time on the southbound side for CSX. So if anybody's up in Tunnel Hill, you fill us in. the Grain Express. And you can see crossing over, that's the other diamond as it crosses over the NS up at Junction Point Hare. Thanks for those thumbs up. And there goes our southbound CSX grain train connection. And you saw the update from everybody at Howardsville Road, which is also known as Long. 29A has passed Howardsville Road. Thanks, you guys, for the updates. That means the tag, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive, the most recently added heritage unit for Norfolk Southern, is coming right at you guys here in Dalton, Georgia. The pigeons heard that there was a grain train went through. They're starting to assemble looking for dinner as the grain falls off. Some of the seals leak, rattles a little grain down or up on the top. When they load it, they spill up on the top and it shakes off. So I'll tell you what, we're gonna stay quiet. Let's go ahead and spin south. Keep an eye on the red over red over red. That is the Norfolk Southern signal tower. And we shall assume the next train coming through will be 29A going south. But CSX controls the yard. There could be somebody already sitting down there waiting to come north. So anything's possible. So let's go ahead and spin to the lights. Keep an ear out. I'll dodge the pigeons. You guys keep the reports coming. And we're gonna have a great time right here in Dalton, Georgia tonight. Let's see what we get off those signal towers. Remember, chat live. Who's where? What y'all doing? What's everybody seen today? Anybody seen Jesse racing through the countryside? I imagine by now he is at Dry Valley. All right, it's 6:08 p.m. He cleared Cohutta. 6:08 p.m. 4851 has cleared Cohutta. You guys in Barnell, get ready. They're going to have to trim that one tree every time we come. It covers that bottom signal more and more. Won't be long, it'll be covering the top red for the CSX. This might be too close, but let's see. Oh yeah, let me zoom y'all back out a little bit. There you go. In case you were wondering, it's just 256 more days until Christmas. Hey, see what I tell you? When we think something's coming south, boom, we get a northbound. All right, NS had that northbound clear where once he gets to Waring, north of Dalton, it'll go back to double track. So that means if you guys are chasing the tag, he's sitting there at Waring on that long section where you could drive right along the tracks. So from where we are, he is 12 minutes out once they cut him loose. And we're going to leave the setting right where it's at so we can be the perfect size, as close in as we can without losing any of the definitions of the newest heritage locomotive released for Norfolk Southern in some time. You guys are going to get to see the tag 4851 on 29A roll right through here. Assuming nothing else is in coming north, he will be our next train. So we're going to keep an eye on the lights, but we're going to stay right at this size and this angle. So when he comes north, boom, we are 7 shades of okay. Anybody pacing him? Anybody sitting with him up at Waring? And yes, you do hear pigeons cooing. One way, please. Hello. Sounds like 175.
Northbound,
174, clear northbound. Well, there goes the second northbound that he's been waiting on for our tag unit. And as you know, it's not uncommon for him to run them in patterns of 3 northbound. So anything's possible. We could have one more northbound coming, and the tag will stay there at Waring, or they'll give him the green. But right now, we are red on the southbounds. For those of you guys that are hanging out up at Waring, we'll let you know if it goes green here, although you'll see that signal indication first on those big towers there. And there's Mr. Whistleboard Productions. Where are you, sir? Jesse has been chasing this thing for hours now. He started, I think, on the bridge, CNO and TP, coming down from Cincinnati, followed it through its crew change there at Brown over by Citico, and then has been step by step with it all the way here. All right, Jesse is set up down at South Dalton. So we are running a series of 3, which, like I said, as we just talked about, is not uncommon. Pretty regular here on the Atlanta North District. Run them 3s. So, given that, you guys up at Waring, you get extra camera time. And we're going to look down towards Jesse. The direction where, as you saw from his message, our next train will be NS northbound. The 2 regs, red over red to the right is CSX. Red over red, NS. And we sit tight, knowing we've got northbound action, and then what we've all been waiting for, the tag 4851. To come south, right here. So everybody, it's good to have you all on tonight. We are live at Control Point North Dalton, where the tracks literally go through the center of town. Here in the CSX rail yard, Jesse's to the north, Pikes Peak crashed. I think all the rest of the gang, Jesse is to the south, and all the rest of the gang, Pikes Peak crashed. Everybody's up to the north of us. Anybody new on, let us know. Good to have you all tonight. Gonna be a fun night. Has been a fun night. Gonna continue to be a good night. And did you all see Homer's wife there on the northbound that just went by? So for those of you above us, Homer's wife is on the conductor side of our last northbound, and boy, did someone do a good job. If I remember right, her name was Midge or Madge. Somebody help me out. Marge. Marge is her name. Thanks, Tony. Marge is alive and well and incredibly colorful on the conductor side of that northbound that you all got to see. Whoa, that was really, really well done. (174), our middle train going north. Jesse's got a green down there to the south of us as we await one more northbound NS. quiet outdoors, you're just in time for some more excitement. Jesse is to the south of us. He's going to send us up another northbound. And then Dixieland Railway fan is going to send us the tag southbound. But we got one more NS northbound with green signal indication before we get the tag coming south. Good to see you, sir. Don't forget, everybody, the first weekend of May, Railfan Appreciation Day in Decatur, Alabama. And then May 17th, right now in the morning, Railfan Appreciation in Bridgeport, and then up to Cowan for some more fun for the rest of the day. For Railfan Appreciation in Cowan, Tennessee on the Cumberland Plateau, where Brian and Tony and everyone else is going to welcome you guys with open arms. And as he rolls past us to the north, y'all heard that whistle at the end of the train. That is the EOT device being fed air, which makes a little fan inside their roll, which causes electricity, which runs the little red light warning the train of something in front of them and monitors the air pressure. So, northbound, NS number 3 on his way up to Waring, where 4851, the tag Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive Unit is waiting. If you haven't seen close-ups of him yet, you're going to see one tonight, or check out Casey's video when they unveiled it, or had the party where the rebuilt TVRM tag version was nose to nose with the NS new tag locomotive. Hello, Chuck. Oh, Casey had a great time. I was in Nashville that day, but Casey had a fantastic time, and boy, did he kick some great footage. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Ken. Well, you guys are not going to believe it. We're going to get, if I read Jesse's message to me correctly, we're going to get northbound number 4 coming up at us. We are still looking at all reds southbound. Jesse, Whistleboard Productions, has been chasing the tag since mid-afternoon when he came across 10 Bridge. He has been set up and waiting just south, kind of the opposite of where I am. I'm North Dalton. He's in South Dalton, where he's got this field, and right now the light is perfect for his shot. He's just missing a train, but because of where he is, he can see the northbound signals. Number 4, northbound, Norfolk Southern, coming at us right now. We got horn. Let's go, guys. And then, who knows? Is there a 5th, or do we get the tag? The tag is not more than 12 minutes from us once he fires up. But right now, train action coming from Jesse. And our last train, we got a great big wave from the conductor. The pigeons heard that a whole bunch of grain trains went through here. They come to look for scraps. And we are right underneath their house. Hey, Mama Bear. Jonathan, Ken, you're missing all kinds of action, but the good news is you didn't miss it all, and you didn't miss the tag. Everybody tell their friends, hop on, get ready, get excited. We are still going to see the Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive. Oh, I said that all with one breath. Coming through Dalton today. The Dixieland railfan, he's sitting on that train up there like he's waiting to hatch it like a great big old black egg. Well, actually, I guess it'd be a blue egg to send that train down to us. So it's not going to move without a direct notification to you guys from another railfan who's a rail friend who's just to the north of us, having as much fun doing this as we are. And like I said, someone told the pigeons that there's been several grain trains through here, and they have come to look for dinner. That train falling off the top. All right, Jonathan, you get a train plus bonus. Well, they must not like him, because they moved over there. Okay, George, you take the left. I'll take the right side. Okay, Sam, I got it. George to the left, Sam to the right. A race to see who gets the corn first. Oh, and we've got more friends. As George and Sam hurry to get the food before the other guy does. In the meantime, our third bird friend is sneaking up on us. He's hiding behind the rail, coming through there so you don't see him. Quietly. like a mouse in a trap. He said, "Oh, getting a little tight in there." Look at me, you guys. I'm acrobatic. Uh-oh, there's somebody there. Shh. Man, Jesse, look at that light you've got right now. I bet you're wishing the tag was in South Dalton. Dixieland, same thing for you. About this moment, Jesse's down there sweating it. Light, no light. Good light, bad light. Will there be any light? Hurry, northbound, hurry. Did I get that about right, Jesse? Well, currently, Jesse, we are all red on the southbound for both NS and CSX. So at this end, we have 5 reds. All right, where'd all our bird friends go? I got distracted. There they are. So Jesse, at this time, do you have a green, and are we getting a 4th? Ken, anything new with you tonight? Jonathan, what are you up to tonight? We are watching George, Sam, and his friends hunt for dinner. All right, so Whistleboard Productions has sent us that 4th train, and he is going to be an intermodal. siding up here. So it's possible he could run him up on his main. He gets up to me and then crosses over the Y or the diamond. It goes back to his siding, or he just comes up on his line. Say that there's got to be something coming from your end. Hey everybody, Jesse said tell y'all hi. He is on the phone with me and he is south of us at control point South Dalton, and we are discussing what's going on down there since he's got another green, we've got all red, and our train is still sitting at Waring. Well, let's see, what time is it? It's 7:28. Yeah, 30 good, 10 marginal, 5 p.m. Alright, well, because you're down where the big open field is, right? Oh, okay. Okay, you're right across. You're right across the field. That's right. All right, you want the east or the west side of the tracks? You on the shelf side or the yard side? Oh, okay. You got a good line there. Well, I will. Right now, we're still all red up here, so we obviously aren't red headers. We've got somebody ahead of me, so it doesn't. But he's going to come down there, he's going to stay put. All right, I'll swing them to the south so you can see what we have. Hey, you guys, if you want to see the definition of anticipation, run down there about 6 miles, 5 miles, and find Jesse. He's got his horizon meter up, checking out how much light is left for how long, because as you all know, he is a perfectionist for the perfect shot. A lot of times, for those of you who watch Heritage, who use the Heritage app, a lot of those pictures are his. Right moment, right place, right time, right side of the track, right everything, for just incredible pictures. And right now, he is poised like those herons from last night, waiting to catch the next fish with just the perfect light. But that light is slowly going over the mountain to Mama Bear. Mama Bear is taking all that sun off our trackside. So, you guys want to see anticipation, go find Jesse and you'll see an example. Over here where it's normally light is all now a shadow. The shadow's all the way across the tracks now. Jesse's got a highball green down in South Dalton, but he doesn't have a train for it yet. We've got all reds, so the assumption is a 5th northbound NS train coming at us. That sun dropping, it's getting cool momentarily. It's time to put on Rail Bowman's high vis light jacket. And if it gets too much longer, like I said, the tag is just up at Waring, just north of us. Dixieland railfan is sitting on it, literally, like an egg waiting to hatch. So he's gonna let us know if it moves, but we're all red. So we're gonna take a 360 going that way so you kind of see what it looks like. I'm going to center y'all up on the red lights, and then anticipation. Woo! Dixieland, you keep us posted. Whistleboard, anything moves, you tell us. You guys ready? 360 to the left. We'll steady on the lights for a while. We'll have some fun. The pigeons have gone to bed. And if it gets much darker, we are equipped with the lights tonight. We may have to set them up to get the tag. There's production 6, the scanner on power, and there is a look northbound at the NS and the CSX tracks. And then y'all recognize this place. Bucket List Antiques. 2 solid floors of incredible stuff to buy. Downtown Dalton on Peacock Alley. Right there, as you look to the west under our massive state and city funded umbrella called an overpass, it's what's left of the sun. The rest of it, Mama Bear has taken and put in her purse over in Lookout Valley. So that's all we have left here. And there are the back of the storefronts down there on Main Street, Peacock Alley. Here in Dalton, where, I don't know, 85, 90% of the world's carpet is made within 25 miles of here. There's the parking lot for everybody. And here we go. There are the southbound signal towers just beyond the old control tower that you see there on the right. For those of you just jumping on, that is the NS Atlanta North District line there to your left, kind of raised up, just to the left of red over red over red. And then slightly lower is the CSX track to the right, going past the old depot, the old W&A subline up to Waxahachie, where you see red over red. So, Jesse's watching the northbound signals. Everybody's now watching the southbound signals. And thanks, Chattanooga Area Railfanner, where we have coming up from Marietta 2 trains, one of which, the second one, is an MOW, a work train, down in Marietta, following that other one. So at this time, according to the last radio conversation we listened to, it sounds like there are no CSX trains at the time in our area other than L808, which is working down at the other end of the yard here. So, Robert, you're still in time to see the tag. 4851, Norfolk Southern's newest heritage locomotive after many, many, many years. Jesse, like I said, he's sitting at the south end. He's watching our lights come north. He had a green on NS. If he does get another train, that would be 5 northbounds in a row. Very unusual. Don is pointing out Jesse's anticipation. Dixieland's wishing he could talk somebody into delivering him pizza. We're doing a power check here on the phone, just to kind of see where we're at, because we are definitely going to extend longer than we planned. And like I said, Jesse's got a green, a highball green on the NS track. So you guys stay put for this action. And like I said, we may just have to make plans to get the lights out. Here at Control Point North Dalton, where the tag on 29A is still sitting just miles north of us. And bear in mind, it's also time for 29F. This is road time for 29F. So for those of you watching not in our time zone, it is 7:42 Eastern Standard. About 8, we will lose our sun. About 8:15, we will use candles. About 8:20, those candles will be worthless. By then, Don, you will see an extreme version of anticipation exampled with the whistle board. Hello, Eugene. How are you tonight, sir? We are still waiting on the tag, which is just miles away from us. Eric, thank you for those updates. Where is 8417? Is that the train that is down at Marietta? And where is 64715? Coming south. So how close are the two closest CSX trains? When we listened to Jacksonville a little while ago, it didn't sound like anything was within an hour of us. Eugene, you have perfect timing. It's been an incredible night. We are now working on northbound number 5 for the NS line here on the Atlanta North District. We are debating whether or not we're going to have to set up night lights, which looks like it's probably going to be a possibility or a necessity. Okay, northbound, guys, horn. racks. Auto racks equal artwork. artwork beyond. Whoa, that was a cool slow roll art display with a bonus in the middle. Oh, you guys, how cool was that train? Oh, everybody, good to see you all. I see some more of you have jumped on. Again, Eric, thanks for those updates. You keep us posted. Number 5, Jesse's down there. That's 5 in a row. Northbound, he's sent us here at North Dalton. So North Dalton, 5 northbound. That's a lot of ends for north. Jesse, what's going on down at the south end? Crash, the tag is not for 2 hours now. He's sitting 6 miles north of us, waiting to come south. We have had 5 northbounds come through here. It's sitting up at Waring, Crash. And as far as I know, the Dixieland railfan is hanging out up there, keeping an eye on him. So if anybody wants to take pizza to him, he's hungry. The last 4 pizza drivers said, nope, we're not delivering to no sketchy train side location. All right. M584-17 is now at Calhoun at the 79. If I'm reading the notes right. Thank you, Eric. Dixieland, still there, still hungry, and we're still red. Jesse, what are you seeing down there? And don't tell me you're going to send 6 northbound trains, because I'm right on the verge. Since Mama Bear has taken all the sun for the sunset, I'm right on the verge. We need to make a decision. Get the lights out and get ready, because that is not a quick thing to do. So, we'll sit tight for a moment. Like I said, we are still red over red over red. Red over red on the right. And then, like I said, the first 3 are the NS. So everybody, we are still waiting for the tag. 4851 on 29A. And as you know, we've not had 29F either. The cousin, the twin, the brother, the sister, whatever it is you want to nickname it to as far as relationship. Cousin-in-law is due through here as well. So if anybody's up at Chickamauga Dam, anybody watching TVRM Cam, Andy, if you're out there at Bootleggers, Pikes Peak, you still up at Long. So everybody, let us know where you are. Jesse, Don's going to send you an anticipation life raft down there, because by now I imagine you probably need it. Oh, I love suspense. Woo! How exciting. Oh, I love pineapple pizza. Oh my goodness. Hawaiian ham and pepperoni with green peppers and pineapple. Oh, yum. Now we gotta have 2 sketchy deliveries for pizza. All right, Eric. Excuse me. Eric, you keep us posted on this CSX activity. You let us know what's going on. Don, we'll call up and see what we can get for pizza over to Newmarket as well in Alabama. And Jesse, you okay down there? You're awful quiet. So Crash, he's up and wearing, like I said, and Dixieland Railfan has him under wraps, in sight, tied down, nailed down. He got a fresh crew at Brown that went on duty at 3:45. So it's 8 o'clock. They're 4 hours into their shift. Wow. And they've made it all of what, Don? 20 miles? Woo. All right. Anybody got anything to add? Anybody got any questions? Anything I've missed? Anything I can catch y'all up on? And we are waiting for an update, but we are all still red, looking north, guys. Excuse me, looking south. So the northbound facing signals right there are all still red. And we're gonna go ahead and kind of rearrange here a tad so that if we have to go to the lights, we're in good shape here. So y'all just kind of stay put. Stay out of trouble. Well, I thought the scanner was going to tell us something, but it doesn't sound like it. Alright, well, there's a CSX 10 miles south, so I'm going to guess since we're already south, that next CSX is going to end up going north. Alright, I'm going to start setting lights up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm too deep into this. Yeah. Probably not the best. Over 4 hours. Where are you? Oh, okay, you're getting one of my names. That one northbound San Diego racks has Canadian Pacific bill. Bye. All right, everybody. Okay, everybody. It appears right now that there is, if all the details that everyone has been calling to me and sending to me and we've been reading here, there's a CSX northbound on approach, as you saw, 10 miles out. There apparently is a train, a grain train, in front of, still in the way of our tag unit. So, we're still all regs. We're going to move around here a little bit and prepare for having to shoot in the dark at this point. What I don't want to do is wait until it's train time and then find out, oops, Mama Bear took all the sun. So, y'all just kind of hang out. We're going to stay for the tag. We've got a couple power issues we've got to take care of and look at here for a moment. So y'all just hang out like villains and give me a little time to get ready for part B, and then I'll be back with you. I'm all right here. We're not going anywhere. So if they do release M584 to come up, that would explain why everything's staying red here. Like I said, one of our trains is in the way down here, so we've got a lot going on, and it's unusual to have the 5 northbound like that. So let's just see how this plays out. In the meantime, we're going to get ready for having to shoot in the dark. And yes, we have horn. Well, hello, Matthew, and greetings back to you from Dalton, Georgia, where we are right now on the Atlanta North District line and the W&A. We have CSX M584 coming at us, and there is a work train somewhere behind him, and the tag is the Norfolk Southern Heritage Locomotive. 4851 is holding just north of us. He's been there for hours waiting on what we just finished with 5 northbound trains. Here comes CSX. Here in Dalton, the tracks cross. There's 2 diamonds. And we are getting ready just in case we have to go for a night shots, getting set up with lighting. So y'all just sit tight, bear with me. We're having to make some power arrangements because we are running out of power on the recording device. So we've got plans. We've got plan B and C and D, and we're putting them all into place. So y'all just enjoy, relax, be comfortable, be patient, and have fun. All right, we're just doing a couple of changes here. Like I said, this should be CSX 584 you hear coming, and we're going to continue to get ready. And we are going to change locations just a tad, because we are going to set up as if we were kind of like our next one. So y'all be ready, be careful. Sorry there for those tremors, my apologies.
you.
Yeah. But we can figure out something. All right, I will fill everybody in here. I'll let you know when we get from down here. And right now we are already south. Okay, deal. Bye. Okay, everybody. I'm reading to catch up with you guys. All right, Matthew, again, welcome to the exciting and historic town of Dalton, where it has been a wild and crazy trackside train night. Oh my goodness. Now, I hope everybody's having a good time. Let me run through. Matthew's on with us. Everybody meet Matthew. He's from up in the Pennsylvania area. Tony, see you later if you haven't already left. Dixieland, you keep an eye. But let me fill you in on, if you aren't already aware, I've had a number of calls, texts, what have you, between Facebook and text and whatnot. So give me a moment here. Kid, he was long. Dixieland's right. The sun is definitely gone. We got another one coming up from Resaca. Resaca's not very far south of us. So our next CSX is northbound. Tank, how are you? Good to hear from you. We did have one CSX northbound. It's possible we're going to have another. There's supposed to be a work train coming up. Eric, how far out is the work train coming at us? That northbound we just had for NS had a Canadian Pacific in it, if y'all didn't see that. All right, so we got green coming north on CSX. Is that our work train, Eric? And then on the NS side, we have NS 372 that has to come north yet. So if CSX has the diamond, that means 372 is going to have to wait. After 372 for NS goes north, then we have 50G that is in front of our tag unit. He's got to go south. After 50G, then 29A will go south. So we have 3 trains to cover before we get to 29A with 4851, the tag unit on it. Now we've moved back to conserve power. We're not going to do the full light up until we get to the tag. We'll just run a partial light setup And we've moved back a little bit where we got some span area and some light use here. So, Dixieland, you're getting hungry, are you? Right now, work train 83, WO83. Thank you, Eric. Everybody, work train 083 coming into Dalton right now northbound. That'll be fun. And then hopefully we can get 372 north, 50G south, and 29A south. I don't know how long we're going to be here at this point. We are making sure and working on different options to make sure we have power here on all the equipment. Lot longer than we planned on this occurring. We thought way before now. It is currently 8:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Dalton, Georgia. And then we got horn. Primo. John loves that place. All right, everybody. We have green signal indication on Atlanta North District southbound. So that is our work train. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very, very much. Now, we have 647 for CSX at Tunnel Hill. Coming south, and then Eric gives us a heads up, it has 2 Canadian National Motors on it. That was work train 083. Again, thank you, Eric. Thank you very, very, very much. Work train 083 just went through Dalton northbound. And hey, if you guys have friends, call them up and say, hey, we're night filming, we're live, you're seeing everything just happening within seconds of me seeing it here. So, if you've got any friends that you would like to call, we'd like to go for a new record for the number of people on tonight. And we've never hit 30 simultaneously, so if you've got anybody that would love to see this and what's going on, give them a call. Right now, our grain train should be our next up, which is 50G. 50G is in front of 29A. So I'm going to guess, unless something's changed that I don't know of north of us, they're going to go ahead and cut 50G loose. So if our next train going southbound is a grainer, then at some point, depending on how all this juggles out, because CSX, remember, this is a CSX yard. They control who goes when. It is not first come, first serve. We have 37,000 lumens set up on that stand. We have 37,000 lumens set up over on that stand. Working off the back of production 6 are 2 7,000 units. So, all powered by a portable source here in production number 6, the Ford F-150 4x4 off-road version. So everybody, that catches you up. When we hear our horn, we'll throw the lights on. We want to make sure we have plenty of power when it comes time to light up the tag and have fun with that. So right now, we're doing okay on power. On the recording device, we have it hooked up to the power pack, the auxiliary power unit that is in the back of 6 tonight. We're going to leave the lights off while we are without train, but we have another CSX. Eric's doing a fantastic job of keeping those up, keeping us up to date on those. Crash, it sounds like he's down at the second depot, which is the old freight depot. So Crash, you let us know what we've got for lights down there on the northbound traffic. Eric, you let us know when Tunnel Hill is going to have those 2 Canadian National Motors coming through on 647. Everybody's going to play an important role with this tonight. Crash, glad you got the grub. And we have a rabbit. Right there goes the rabbit. Kind of an odd place for a rabbit, but This is home. Just don't play on the tracks, Bunny. And watch out for the wildcats. And that is green over red on the Atlanta North District line facing south. That is facing south, you guys. And yes, Crash, it is Easter time. You are right. So the bunny is slightly ahead of Easter. So everybody, thanks for being on. Boy, this is exciting. And we've been chasing this since 4 o'clock. It's now 8:54, 5 hours later. And we have been after the tag, and he has not gone. His crew came on duty at 3:45 tonight, 3:45 p.m. and up in Chattanooga, and he has now not made it to Dalton yet. 30-minute car drive. Although tonight about 50 minutes with traffic. Oh my goodness. But everybody, probably next is our grain train. Varnell from here, where everybody is kind of coming and going, although it's too dark for the pictures now. 12, 15, maybe 20 minutes by train when they start him up. So you can almost feel the tag pressing. So y'all don't go anywhere. Like I said, we got the lights, we got set, we're good, we got a plan. I think everything's in place. We've done this together before. We've been out at night. We big boys and girls. And so far we have not had 2 police visits like we did on, what night was that, you guys? Tuesday night? Yeah, I think we kept getting visited by the police on Tuesday night. Didn't like where we were parked, wanted to know what we were doing, etc. and so forth, which is very normal because it's not every day that you see a railroad track lit up like it's in the middle of the day with cords running everywhere and cameras and people. A lot of times there's folks hanging out with me, which is really cool to have y'all on board. So, $50G clear at North Dalton, guys. $50G, North Dalton. Like I said, if you've got friends, neighbors, relatives, somebody you like, call them up and say, hey, come check this out. You can chat with us live. You can do train things, whatever. As soon as we have horn, we'll hit the lights. The 2.7s are a little low on power, so we're only going to run the 2 7,000s with the tag, so we don't run out. I want to have as much light power as possible. Do what? Hey, Tony, welcome back. We are trying to get some power fed into the camera. We have the dead cat off. All right, everybody, here's where we stand. We have a grain train in between us and the tag. The tag is just a few miles north of us. I mean, it's so close, you can almost taste it. And there's, like I said, a grain train in front of him that's got to go southbound. Since we're in a CSX yard, they control who's next. There's a CSX southbound with a pair of Canadian units on it, apparently in Tunnel Hill. Right now, they've given the highball green to NS southbound, so that would be our grainer. So right now, we are set up, we are situated. We just need whatever's next. And like I said, right now, next, with authorization to proceed, is NS southbound on the Atlanta North District. We got plenty of lights. We're conserving the power, so when it comes time for the tag, we can light it all up. You guys get your friends, your neighbors, your relatives, anybody that you think might want to see 4851, the Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive, the recent one, and he is leading 29A tonight. So from Pennsylvania to Texas and all around, all of you guys that are trackside, everybody that's on, let's have some fun. And if anybody's close, you want to come join, feel free, come on down. We're underneath the viaduct, right across the street from Bucket List and Teach, just on the other side. And the driveways back are right beside the overpass. One's an in, one's an out, but there is enough traffic for everybody to care. So if you can find the drive, you pick which direction you want to come. But come one, come all, come hang out. I know Jesse's somewhere. He's going to try and get here, and anyone else that wants to. And we're going to go ahead and start listening for that horn. And 50G. And that's it. 50G coming. You got more over here. You got more angle over here for him to go by. No, come on. You just go parallel with me right there and you're fine. Talk quick, I got 50G coming right now. Okay, bye. He's rolling fast. Everybody, he's rolling fast. $50G, Grainer. There he is, he just called, $50G. All right, everybody, that was our grainer. Now comes the question. Oh, there it is. Hello, Mrs. S. I love you because you're the best. Thanks for being on with us tonight. Everybody say hi to Mrs. S because she says, honey, you go hang out with all the train folks. Y'all have a good time. And off we go. Now, on the on the Norfolk Southern line, Atlanta North District, we have red over amber. That's a first for me here. So we got red over amber on the southbound track for the Atlanta North District for Norfolk Southern. Chuck, are you on? If so, raise your hand. Hello, Texas. How are you doing down there, Railfan Lucan? Good to have you on tonight. Did you catch any of the other office car specials going back home? Hello, Jen. Welcome to the channel. Jesse, give us an update where you are. Tony, good to have you back. Jesse is set up a little bit to the north of us. AGS, good to see you. Crash, are you still down south by the other depot? Let us know where you are and what you see on the lights from there. We right now are still red over amber. All right, Chuck, don't go anywhere. And this is, guys, we have been watching this train all day. This is serious conversation here for a moment. A little challenging for me sometimes, but all day balancing work, which is the job that makes all this possible, and I'm very thankful for it. I have a fantastic boss with work with a lot of great folks, and been keeping an eye on it. So found out the crew is going to be on duty at 3:45 today, Eastern Standard Time. Now bear in mind, it is now 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. Crew on duty, 3:45. We get down here. Unbelievable, incredible, horrendous traffic. But we got down here. We've been set up. We thought we'd see this thing. We had 5 northbound trains. I don't know that that's ever happened in any of the times I've filmed here. Normally it's 3 and that's it. But NS threw us 5, train after train. It has been, if you've not watched the front part of this, and we have a Canadian National in the middle of one of them, just all kinds of cool things. Okay, they have moved the amber up top. So it looks like we are on deck for the tag to come our way. So 29A looks like he's set. So we are got amber on the top. That means he's good and ready for his approach. We're ready. Eric, you got any updates? All right. Our Canadian National train, 647-15 with the 2 Canadian units on it. I'm not sure what Canadian units, but 2 Canadian units is sitting at Tunnel Hill, which is 9 miles from here as well. So we've got who knows what yet for excitement, but if they cut him loose, we're going to hang on to close with a bang, a Canadian boom, or whatever y'all want to call it tonight, you pick. But Canadian will be our second train with Canadian power on. But right now, we're going to go ahead and get quiet, get ready, start listening, because our next train should be 29A. And as y'all know, 29F hasn't come through yet. He's always through, so you can see how far backed up. So now, 5 hours later, 29A has gone 25 miles. And we've been here live most of that time. So thanks, guys, for being with us. Y'all get excited. I am. It's just really cool. It's fun. And if everything holds out, we are golden to go. Everybody, y'all keep chatting. Everybody, let me know where y'all are. Eric, you keep us up to date on any CSX movements. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much for that tonight. Crash, if you are south, you let us know what's going on down there. And Jesse, wherever you are, good luck, sir. I know you're working hard for this next picture you're going to get. And I don't want to change the settings right now, but you can see down there, amber, over red, over red. 6 hour next train, we'll be going south. We don't want to miss a single thing. We're going to get right here. We're going to get ready. We're going to catch him. We're not going to zoom out. We're not going to take anything to chances here. We want a great big picture of him. Y'all listen for that horn. Gonna be hard to hear that horn over those motorcycles. 29A with NS4851, the Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia Railway Heritage Locomotive, recent release where all of us in Chattanooga were fortunate enough to go see it nose to nose with the restored tag at TVRM. And right now, we need 3 more people for a record. If you got anybody you know that has a phone, have them tune in. Let's get it. Oh, we need 1 more. We need 1 more on to have a new record live simultaneously. This will be bigger than our chase on moving the weight of the world. So everybody, don't go anywhere. Stay frozen. Stay on, and we're going to have our next heritage locomotive going right past us. Here comes the nightly trash run. Like I said, normally we kind of zoom in and follow this, but we don't want to take anything to chances. You guys been hanging on for 5 hours for this opportunity. Hanging out at Control Point North Dalton. Okay, we've moved to green. All right, you guys. Everybody get set, get ready, get excited, get whatever it is you get when you get all them goosebumps, because here comes our next Heritage Locomotive. You hear it? We got horn! Yep. Hurry, Jesse! Right there. Got a few minutes. Oh. You got a few seconds, not minutes. Told ya.
forgot sound here.
There's 2 Canadian units sitting on a CSX train in Tunnel Hill waiting to come south. Whoa! How much fun was that? Now, let's get to Eric real quick before you guys sign off. Eric, what is the update on the Canadian power on the train at the CSX southbound at Tunnel Hill, which is just minutes away from here?
That's your update.
Oh, hey! I tell you what, we're going to move just an inch. Hang on, y'all. Sorry there for all them little tremors. All right, guys, there's the update that you just heard. Now, for those of you who just got on or haven't been on before, if you're new with us, welcome to Rail Moments, where we are live. This is not production. This wasn't made earlier. This is, if Jesse falls down in front of the camera right now, you're going to hear him say, ouch. And we're going to pick him up literally within seconds of it happening. A 3 to 6 second delay is all there is from what happens right here to what you see. And it's my understanding we have Canadian power. Eric, you fill us in. I'll grab the phone here real quick. But that green is on the W&A sub that runs down to Atlanta, after it goes from here down to Marietta and all the other points. And our southbound is coming from Tunnel Hill. So, we're going to go back to being quiet. And just for funsies, to give you a little bit of an idea, this is what it looks like. If y'all do the math, 37,000, 37,000, and then add another 14,000. That's how many lumens of power. Hey, Crash! That's how many lumens of power. Hey, everybody wave to Crash. That's Crash. Crash is waving back to y'all. CSX is coming. Okie doke. It's got Canadian power on it. Oh, hey everybody, you have got to see this picture. Jesse, you know, we all talked earlier about how he doesn't miss a beat on a picture. Hang on a second, let me get you all caught up here real quick. All right. You should be far out. Tell them about that picture, Jesse.
So, this has to be another one of the greatest crews in the world, because I found the engine in Dalton. Thank you to Warren for giving us the update that he was going to be stranded in Varnell for a while, because I was set up, as Mike discussed earlier, south of you guys originally at South Dalton. But upon discovering that the train was not going to be down there in the daylight, I hightailed it up north to Dalton and found the engine right along, I think, Railroad Street. Is that what that is? Right there in Varnell that parallels the track?
Yes.
By the post office. The engine was sitting right there. I got there before it got dark, and got some pictures, but after it got dark, I wanted to get a couple night photos. So I set up all the lights, and I gave a big hello to the conductor, and he opened the window, and I said, would you guys mind if I take some pictures of you guys? And he said, go right ahead. You're just fine. So I set up my lights and got some incredible pictures. The pictures from the actual still camera were a lot better from my Nikon camera, but the phone didn't do too bad either. So I'm gonna take this down because my arm's falling asleep. But never deny me a shot.
As we talked, Jesse never misses a thing.
There we go.
It's that magic hour that it doesn't like. All right, we have got to make a small change in location due to power issues or continued power issues. So, y'all just sit tight for a moment while we get powered back up to another source here. We're just gonna wing this. I think we've got enough to last you guys. We won't be on long. Your dead cat's going back on. Here we go, guys. Canadian Power coming at ya.
National or Pacific, do we know?
I have to look what he said.
Okay. We got gates.
Canadian National 3076 and 3369. So we got Canadian National Power on the front. Here we go. I'm going to throw Jesse on here. This is one of the things I do to him. He just says, Mike, and then he says other things, but we can't say that right here. But you guys, I want you all to have, let me put the dead cat back on because the car behind us. We are low on power, so this is not going to be a long exit tonight. But I want you to just appreciate how long we've been after this train. And Jesse's, I see that. Jesse's going to tell you real quick just how long we have been chasing after, or how long the chase was today on the tank. So take it away, but you're going to talk loud because of the car behind us.
All right, so I started out at 10 Bridge around 3:15 this afternoon was whenever I went out and set up at 10 Bridge. The train showed up right around 3:50 or so. I just barely got the shot because a northbound had pulled partway across the bridge, blocking a good bit of the span. However, the train pulled in, he went up to Brown, got a crew change, which took about, I'd say, 20-25 minutes. Then after that, he rolled south, and I intercepted the train at Cohutta, and then I flew down to South Dalton, waited for it there, and then, like I said a little bit earlier, I went up to Barnell to get some pictures of it while it was sitting still, and then it went by us at what time? And do you notice what time it was?
No?
Probably 9:15, I would imagine. Okay, 9:30 is what my camera says, my timestamp says. So 9:30. So from 3:30 to 9:30, it took the train 6 hours to get from Chattanooga to Dalton. That's pretty incredible.
And while Jesse was talking, I don't know if we can pull this off. I've got to figure out a way to get some power to the camera here. But we caught a green. So let's see if we can figure out something here, you guys. So y'all sit tight. Give me a couple moments to maneuver and do whatever. Since we do have a green and we are here and we got the lights and everything on, let's see if we can get you some power. Alright. We went to plan E, I think that was, to make sure we have some power. So we're still on. We've got green. We're mobile, so we're going to move again one more time. Like I said, live can be a challenge, but that's the fun of it. So we're going to go up here on the perch. Y'all sit tight. If you guys want to move up, because I know I'm in your way. All right. There you go. We've got power. We're back on. Well, we didn't go off, but
We avoided going off.
we avoided going off. There he is. We avoided going off. Bryce is hanging out with us. He's got his tripod up. He's filming with us. Crash is around here somewhere.
Sorry, I couldn't give y'all an update from there, and I just got sick of sitting out there. I had to eat something.
Give everybody a wave. Where are you? There you are.
Am I okay right there, Mike?
Oh yeah, you're totally fine. You can come up more if you want. All right, as you can see, we've got green over red on the Norfolk Southern line southbound. Red over red on CSX, where our Canadian power just passed by. And how cool was that? No CSX locomotives up front, right?
None.
I just wanted to, sometimes I get like the other night, and I still can't believe this. I forget who it was, but you get so intent on numbers and making sure you got the shot whenever you miss some of the things. Like the other night, one of the few vandalized engines that you guys have been talking about with the pink whiskers and everything, filmed it, went right past me. I could almost spit on it. It was so close, and I never saw that it was pink, just because of all the different things I try to make sure I don't mess up or have going on and what have you. So, not sure the last time I saw where they were solo up front, but Canadian Power is solo on the CSX line rolling south. Man, you guys, it has been a fantastic night. And if I sound excited, I am. And I really, y'all just made it a super fun night. And as you all heard Jesse talking while I was scrambling around trying to figure out 25 miles in, what was it, 5.5 hours? 6 hours. 6 hours. That train crew was called on duty at 3:45. 6 hours later, we waved goodbye to them here at North Dalton Control Point.
I didn't report it long enough, but look what they did for me.
Jesse's got some more pictures he wants to show you. There you go.
They sat there with them on for like 5 minutes. Hold on just a second. All right, there we go.
So while we have a moment before our next southbound, Jesse wants to show you these.
So again, while I was set up getting my pictures, the crew flipped the ditch lights on for me, and they just let the ditch lights run. So I had to record that on video. I just thought that was absolutely awesome. But I'm gonna pull up a couple more photos from today to show you guys. If that's all right with you,
Oh
Mike.
yeah, go right ahead. We're good till you hear more.
All right. So when I say there was barely enough room at 10 Bridge, that's what I mean by barely enough room. There was only a very small window to get the tag before it went behind that northbound train there on 10 Bridge. So the photo itself is absolutely incredible. I've never actually photographed a heritage meet with another train on 10 Bridge. I've been blocked by other trains trying to shoot heritage units, but this was a first for me today. Then moving on from there, I think we have a horn, Mike.
Horn?
I think so. Yes, we do. Story time will finish later. Wow, what a difference that makes. You could almost call it a night and day difference. But
Boy, Jesse's on a roll tonight.
thank you. I'll be here until this train passes.
Anybody know what train this is? Well, yeah, it is. We are definitely due for 29F. All right, let's go, guys. Oh man, talk about
That was
excitement.
awesome.
Whoa.
I had just enough time to whip it around, but when you tapped my shoulder, woo, that was close.
Man, oh man, how cool was that? We were talking earlier about 29A was very late. 29F is very late. Normally it is long gone by now. So, Crash, if you're still here and you are south of us, let us know what we've got for signals down there, because since we've had so much southbound action, before we tell everybody goodnight, Irene, although we are going to be out of power on the lights here before long, before we tell everybody that we're going to end, let's just sit tight for a moment in case we have a northbound waiting. So we're just gonna chill like three villains that just got out of jail right here for a little bit. And then if we don't have, and like I said, if anybody's south of us, or Eric, if you're still on, bring us up to date with CSX.
See, I completely forgot about this one because I didn't think it would make it today, but I wasn't planning on being out until 10 o'clock either. Definitely up past that. Whoa. Did anybody even report to Chattanooga?
Huh?
Did anybody even report to Chattanooga?
I don't know, I haven't, I'll be honest with you, I really haven't. All right, I'm gonna try and catch up with y'all since we've been just, you know, like.
It hasn't been reported since Lexington, Kentucky, 9 hours ago.
And if y'all wondering what we're talking about here, let me swing you over here. Jesse's gonna tell you here.
Okay, so we were just wondering if anybody had reported 4,000 at TBRM, which they had not. So just checking back in the Heritage app, the last sighting of this engine was at 12:47 p.m. in Lexington, Kentucky. So in case you're wondering, it takes an intermodal train that's running late 9 hours to get from Lexington to Dalton, Georgia. And now you know.
And there you hear it. I catched up with everybody's notes. Like I said, it's so much fun to do this, but there's so many things that just go wrong or happen or you don't plan on or whatever, unlike production. Whatever you have heard here tonight or whatever you have seen from the moment that Bryce arrived to the moment Jesse came up, just seconds, literally seconds after it occurs, you guys see it just like me. I tapped Jesse on the shoulder to show him 4,000 so I could get him to swirl around. And literally in that amount of time, you guys saw it as well with me. So that's what makes this so much fun. And you guys, all the chatting, everybody keeping us up to date, everybody trackside, Pennsylvania, Texas, we've been all over the country tonight. Eric, back to you. Like I said, I'm just catching up with all the notes. It is hard to believe, but that's exactly how long it took. Like I said, and Jesse and I, all three of us shoot this line quite a bit. 5 northbounds back to back is a very rare thing that we have seen. Normally it's 3 and then it's different direction. And then, like I said, throw in the fact that the yard's controlled by CSX. They determine what goes next. You guys have seen something really, really, really rare tonight. So,
Rare occurrences only seem to happen when you're after something specific.
that is true.
That's a very lot.
Because that breeze has picked back up, Jesse's given us some supercharged power, so we've got a little bit yet. I'm going to throw the dead cat back on, and since Jennifer's on, I got to make this disclaimer that no cats were harmed in the making of this dead cat or the application. No cats were involved. All cats in America are still accounted for, and they are fine. So you cat lovers, rest assured, nothing happened in order to make the dead cat work tonight. Okay, let me get back to the notices here, where the other phone is now on power saver because it's about done. All three of the phones are about done.
Mine's on 4%.
NS Locos, thanks for being with us tonight. And yes, it did take that long. Okay, Eric, no more CSX for a little while. Chuck, what a night for everybody. Boy, are you right. I'll tell you what, Chuck. If I have any more fun, I might forget to come back to the other job tomorrow. But in the morning when I see my checkbook balance, I'll get readjusted and I'll show back up. But holy smokes. Ken, it's always good, and you're right, but we nailed it together. You guys, we did this together, right here, right now, tonight. Oh man, what adrenaline. Whoo! Ay, ay, ay. I don't like running, but I can almost run to the end of the block and back, but as soon as I start, that idea will be over. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start tearing everything down. All seems quiet. You guys kind of keep an eye on it. It's going to take a little bit to get all this tore down. So, if anybody is south of us, let us know. That way you can let us know what's coming up. But in the meantime, you guys can see what's headed down. If any of you have any questions with everybody that's here, I'm sure we can get you an answer. If there's anything you'd like to know about where we are, what we're doing, etc., any questions, y'all, this is meant to have fun. Make sure you subscribe because this is not a one-time deal. We are live all the time, different places, etc., and it's about hanging out with friends, having fun. Y'all saw some of the on that CSX train, the old family line system cars. There's just all kinds of cool things. So I'm going to pack. Y'all watch. Anybody got questions? Go ahead and shout them out. If you've not subscribed, take the time to do so. And just a huge thank you to all of you. So I'm going to pack. Y'all hang on.
ditch lights on, and I was like, oh, thank goodness they're a nice crew. You know what I like to do in the future is get a printer, keep in the car. Whenever I take a picture of these guys, I need to print it and give it to them. Because they make wireless printers that just run off of Bluetooth. Well, that'd be the only way it works. I'll give them those. Well, yeah, either that or a really long crash driver stick. Oh, right here. Right here in this hole. Thank goodness Waffle House is still open. Huh? Thank goodness Waffle House is still open.
All right, everybody. I think, let's see if anybody's got any last questions. Well, I got one more light. I'll be back in a moment, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Y'all keep listening, see if anything changes. I don't understand. It's the first time this happened. Because everything else is collected in that guy. Like the chart, the scanner, all been running off. I don't get it. But this is not. It is me.
Do you think it's the core? Maybe
Well, I think I tried a different cord too.
I just charged that power bank.
Yeah, I didn't get a bigger one. Yeah. Not here, because yours was way yours was super fast. That one I got as a free one from work.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Try not to shake them too much.
Yeah, I'm trying to be good about not shaking them. Yeah, it was.
All right, everybody, we are going to close with a night train. All the lights are up, but we're going to move back here for a little bit. Excuse me there, sir. All right. Don't know what we've got. Don't have much light. So this isn't going to be one of those things to write home and tell mom about. But at least we got one more. This will be a little primitive, but hey, a train's a train's a train. We got one more to close the night with, a northbound. We don't know what it is. For all we know, it's the most unique train ever run up and down here. Or it could just be boring, and if Mrs. S is still on, this is kind of like our wedding song, Long Night Train. This is going to be a long night train. For Mrs. S. This one's dedicated to you because you're the best wife in the world. Love you, honey, and thanks for letting me hang out with all the guys and gals from all over tonight. Texas, Pennsylvania, you name it, we got it, including people right here. So let's see what we get, you guys.
Mosquitoes have already succeeded in making a meal out of me. Varnell, they ate me to bits. Yeah, three dinners. Maybe for a change tonight, we'll film the last one. What would have happened if you turned the stream off?
Always has. By the time you get everything put up, you're ready to turn it off. You get one.
Yep.
And John will testify that as soon as you get ready to turn the camera off, you get a tray. totally dead. I've used all the power. Well, it might last for a second, but it ain't gonna last long. You might get the engine out of it, and that's it.
Yeah, that's all I really need. We got gates.
You heard Jesse, we got gates!
We got glowage.
We got glowage!
Where are you set up at? Huh?
They're both dead. This is primitive right here.
We couldn't get any more basic if we spelled it.
Yep.
sorry that last trade was without all the lights. We had everything put up, as you all knew. We left it on because you just never know what's next. Before we run out of power, Ken, thank you. You have a fantastic evening. Chuck, it's always good to see you on. Railfan, Lucan, take care down there in Texas. It's been an interesting night here. I hope yours is just as good as ours was. Tony, you're right. That was our Cracker Jack prize of the night. Eugene, thanks for as always for being on with us. It was a fun night. Ain't right? You stay out of trouble till I see you next. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Jonathan, it was fantastic to have you on. Hopefully we can squeeze in a little time tomorrow afternoon on, let's see, tomorrow's going to be what, the 18th of April? April 18th, Good Friday 2025. Everybody, I hope you got great and exciting plans for Easter, and that you're going to spend time with family and find some Easter eggs, just like train fanning, rail fanning. Let's see, American Explorer, quick question, go ahead. What kind of light do you use and what kind of power does it require? We have a Milwaukee, and I think we still got enough power to show you this. Hang on a second. Let me move y'all here for a moment. We have a couple different plans, but that is a Milwaukee power plant with 4 batteries on it. We can run 37 and 37 is 74. 74 plus 7 is 81. We can run 88,000 lumens up to an hour. But if we feather it out, only one run, because the stands that we use, do you have, hey, can you hand me one of the little ones? One of the dead ones?
Yeah.
If you feather the power, it'll go a lot longer. Also, production 6, it runs off of, or has inverters as well. So real quick, and this one's dead, but, and next time you're on with it, I'll show you it in the daytime, but we have 2 light stands. They're from off of Prime, or off of Amazon, and they look kind of like that, but they're 3 on a pole, and there's different versions of them, but there's only one set, and they're not a beam light, they're a work light, so they light up a wide angle. So you can light up, 3 of them side by side, lights up an entire room left to right, rather than kind of a spotlight theory. They look like that, but instead of being individual, they come on next stand, like I said. And they don't have the name of the company. They come on a yellow stand, and these are 7,000. You could plug your phone into whatever. These will run up to 4 hours by themselves, or you can plug a phone in, plug a scanner in, etc. And they were about $109 per stand. So, and then with the Milwaukee, we run up to 100-foot extension cords. So, depending on what the setup is and where it is, tonight we weren't that far away, but like when we go to Bootleggers, we'll have 2 100-foot cords stretched in each direction, and then when it's time that we want full power, we just plug them in and boom, there you go. So that's what we use, and like I said, the truck is also equipped with inverters, but it has to, because we pull so many watts, it has to run straight from the battery, and it has to be, each one has its own inverters because they use so much energy or power. So that's what we use. Just a quick, like I said, next time that we are trackside, and I have the stands out, I'll be more than happy to show you. But I said they're only about, if I remember right, $109. really easy. Also, when it's really windy, we've got, I don't know, the kind of weights that weightlifters use. They got sand packs or whatever. We put them on the base because if it gets real windy and you got them up, they will blow over. And like I said, yeah, there is another train, but we're not staying because we don't have enough power for it. Crash, every place is interesting when you hang out with us. We always have fun. Eugene, you have a good night up there. Everybody, we are calling it a night. I do have work in the morning at the paying job. This is a passion, but it doesn't pay for the gas. I have to keep the other one. I'm not a morning person, as most of you know. So we are going to go ahead after we get all the questions. Anyone that's on, please make sure you subscribe. This is not a one-time event. We go live all the time throughout the Southeast. You never know what's next, where it is, what it's going to be, or what we're going to find. So, Robert, good night. I hope everything's good with the wife. I didn't hear any updates from you tonight. Eugene, the tag went through about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and as far as on the live tonight, we got it lit up well, super well, and it's probably about at the 85% point of tonight's video. Depending on the power here, let's see what we've got. We've got 15%. So for fun, since we have a horn, we're going to stay long enough for the engines. So, like I said, we're going to stay just long enough for the engines, and then we'll cut it off once the engines go by. So if anybody's got any more questions, please ask. Also, we have a second cam that's live, American Explorer. And it's, if you go to Rail Moments, we've nicknamed it, or most everybody that watches it has nicknamed it the Bird Cam. The Bird Cam is on the CSX line on the W&A sub. The cam is 24/7. It resets every time at about midnight and 12 noon at 11:59:59. So it will reset twice each day. Casey and I chat on there, or you can send us messages, etc. and so forth. So it's kind of our chat format. If you look at it at night, it's in the middle of a massively huge bird sanctuary, which is also the originating point of the Trail of Tears. So, and it also has a scanner on, so you can hear everything going on in Chattanooga. CSX, the Yard, Dispatch, Norfolk Southern, and it is live on there in Audubon Acres. So you see deer, wild turkey, all kinds of stuff. So chat with us there anytime. Casey and I try and keep it on while at work at our normal jobs. You're right, Eugene. Train coming. And no problem. Always, always here to hang out with you guys. Questions, like I said, if anybody's got a question, Jesse's here. He knows the train better than the train knows itself. Like I said, we're going to stay just for the engines. Then we're going to catch dinner, and then both of us have work tomorrow morning early. So, and early and Mike and technology. You cannot put those three words together in the sentence. Robert, that's good news. So you take good care of her. And when you can't get trackside, you come hang out with us. I intend to go somewhere tomorrow afternoon for a few hours or a couple hours. Don't know where yet. Depends what's going on. Oh, Cartersville. You're just down the road. I was in Cartersville on Sunday, sat there 2.5 hours on the CSX line. Not only did I not see a train, I didn't even see a squirrel. Hey, Don, good night to you too, sir. Thank you very much. Always enjoy all the information. You have so much history. So, I hear the gates. So, from Jesse and I, yo, stay out of trouble. Thanks for being with us. We will see you at the next crossing. We will catch the locomotives, but then we will go ahead and cut her off. So let's see what we get on the next surprise. Northbound traffic, don't even know which line it's on. But here they come. Thanks everybody for being on. And remember, be safe, be careful. Love your family. Mrs. S, love you too. Thank you. Jesse, tell everybody goodbye.
Bye.
That was pretty weak.
Train's coming. Lost my voice from yelling.
This is going to be primitive. No likes, you guys. Wax your toe. you guys, I couldn't turn it off. I felt guilty. I hope you can see me. I don't even have a monitor. Hang on a second. Let me see if you can see Jesse. Then
I'll be the marker.
Yeah, Jesse's gonna be the marker. There you go.
Good.
Yeah, there's Jesse.
Okay.
I just couldn't turn it off. Jesse looked at me, gave me that, "Are you really going to do it?" And I looked back at him,
Don't
no.
turn it off on him.
Don't turn it off on. That's exactly. He gave me the international no.
Yep.
So, Jesse, Whistleboard Production, for those of you that have not met him before, we hang out a lot. You guys, just anytime we are, wherever, he runs live. He's got a channel. Check it out again, Whistleboard Productions. Behind me, Production Unit 6. And from Jesse and I, we will see you at the next crossing. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. See you tomorrow.
I'll leave it with this as you turn it off.
Oh, yeah, we got one. Jesse wants to leave you all with a thought. There was the star of the night.
Hard work and persistence pays off, as it showed tonight.
See y'all at the next crossing, where we leave Dalton with
Red signals.
5 of them. Bye, y'all. See you at the next crossing.